All right, we're back. Some more work on Flautagono is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to try to make sure that we get all these forests to spawn properly around players. That's important to me. And we're also going to work on the aesthetic of and the resources and everything on this outside terrain. So I'm pretty excited. Should be pretty good. Yeah, you can see this one didn't even generate a forest at all. Still this ugly rock terrain. So we're going to work on all that. See if we can improve it. Alright. So let's get rid of all this stuff, actually. It's a fresh new day. I can always recopy and paste all of this if I want. Kind of silly that it's got to be so many lines of code to do something so simple. Critical desert layering, it says. What does that even mean? Alright, so we're actually going to leave that. We're going to comment this out. Yeah, we're going to comment that out. We're going to comment this out separately. We have a lot of these desert layering commands. Let's get rid of this. I have an idea. Maybe make the number of clumps 8, because we know at a max, or a number of clumps would be 4, because we know at a maximum we'll have 4 of these islands. Instead of 9320, and we will not scale that. Actually, can we scale by player number? Who cares? Let's just set it to 4, and if it's fewer than 4 islands, it'll be fine. Alright, so we've got this unbuildable rock beach that we're putting on top of non-navigable, okay. And so again, let's decrease the number of clumps to 4 because we know that we can never have more than 4. So we'll try to do this 4 times. Number of clumps 4. And no, we're not going to scale it. Green water. I actually think, yeah, if this is in height limits 1, 1, it's fine. This should be number of clumps 8, though, because this is in height limits 0, 0. So we know that these are referring to the players. All right. Let's see how this looks. So we should have no player forests in this case. It didn't do this one. It didn't do that one. It only did this one. And it looks like it failed. What? So there's no unbuildable rock terrain anymore either. We must have screwed something up. The other alternative is that we could just do this 4 times for 1, because it's guaranteed to do at least 1. Alright. So maybe we'll call this section putting down the unbuildable border or something like that. Okay. And then we're going to say like unbuildable border finished or something like that. Now surely we should get 4 of them with the unbuildable rock terrain. Yep. Yep. Nope. Nope. Wait, yep. Is there something else going on later that's screwing it up? So let us comment that out. Sometimes I just hate this thing. It's so dumb. It's incredible what it does, though. There's no denying it. Okay, so number of clumps 1. And I actually don't know if we even need number of clumps 1. I think number of clumps 1 might be the default. So now that we know there's not anything messing with it, let's try that. We also have a bunch of create elevation commands in here. Alright, well this is what we're supposed to get. Let's do a few more generations to make sure that... I'm going to open a window here to make sure that this happens every time, because it's important for this to happen every time. Yeah, it's not too hot out today, which is quite nice. Looking good. All right, looks good, looks good. All right, I think this will be okay. Start adding it back. We got a lot of good ideas from yesterday, and today is where we really start setting these terrains down for certain. But I have a good concept. You guys may have seen it with the shallows around the town center, kind of like a little tidal pool, if you will, in this estuary. All right, let's see what happens if we generate it with fewer players. Let's say we generate it with 2 players. Okay, and we still get that rock terrain, which I expected we would. Okay. So now let's try and let's try and remove this number of clumps just to shorten the length of the script. I think it should still work properly because it'll default to 1. Okay. Let's look at more players. Robin's angry outside at something. Angry, or rather acting defensively. Okay. Also looks good. All right, next size up. Okay, also looks good. Okay. And the 8 players looks good as well. Okay. Good. So, what's next? So we are creating non-navigable rock beach. All right, within the height limits of 1 to 1 on this number of clumps 4. Okay, so we're basically replacing this unbuildable terrain now with this non-navigable rock beach so that we only have the non-navigable rock beach at elevation 0. And this is done so that we can convert all of this up here on top to desert easily. So let's do that. So what are we going to call this? We're going to call like, I'm going to say creating, or rather restoring the base island terrain. And we're going to say finish restoration. Okay. We don't need to specify a number of clumps here. And we're going to have up to 4 islands. Just like that. Neighbor's got some loud music going on while they're working outside. All right. So that looks good. The unbuildable rock terrain goes around most of the edge of the island, but not all of it. So we could actually consider masking. It might even be easier to mask. It might actually be easier to mask DLC gravel, desert gravel, over this before we start doing this. So let's try that, because I want it to have a deserty look to it. Okay. So let's do this. Let's give it its aesthetic. Create terrain, DLC desert gravel. I think I'm spelling that wrong, probably. Yeah, desert gravel is one word. And the base terrain is going to be unbuildable rock beach. Land percent 100. And this one we're going to do number of clumps 9320. Set scaling by size. So this one we don't really care too much about. It's not so critical. We're just going to go plop it down on top. Oh, and of course terrain mask 1. So this will put it right on top. It'll still be unbuildable, but it'll look more deserty and gravelly. And I think we should be happy with it. Let's see. Oh yeah. That looks way better. So you can see the rock and you can see the desert gravel on top of the rock. You can see this little patch here that did not get any love. That's alright. It is the ocean, and oceans have a way of washing gravel away. As you can see, it fully surrounds it. And if we try to go over it, like building a palisade wall over it or something, you'll see that we cannot. We cannot build there. But let's put a couple more of those in for good measure, since they are cosmetic. We don't need to tell them to avoid player start areas, actually, because they're going on the unbuildable rock beach, which is already avoiding those starting areas. But everything else I think we should keep. Alright, there we go. So we'll put 4 of those in. And those are again cosmetic. Make sure we get everything. I get most things. We'll put, I don't know, maybe we'll put little rocks down on these ones or something. We gotta be careful though that we don't put rocks that block this, so that you don't need to wall there because there's a rock in the way. We want enemy archers to be able to slip right past this. Okay. So we've got this non-navigable rock beach down. It looks to be pretty consistent. Let's just change the players real quick and do a couple generations. It should be fine, but I like to be extra careful, especially on a lazy Sunday where I'm not in any particular hurry. Yeah. Sometimes those are the best days to work, is when you're not in a hurry. Because if you hurry, sometimes you don't do things right. And then you have to do it twice. Okay. Looks like this is going to work. Yep. I like it. Alright, let's try the other size real quick. The other sizes. Alright, that looks good. And then finally 2-player. We got to figure out how to make this dip not appear. Oh, alright, it already doesn't appear. Good for us. Is it just this seed, or did we do something, did we change something so that that doesn't happen anymore? I wonder. Okay. Go back to 8 players, and let's keep working on it now. So, unbuildable border finished. Restoring the base island terrain. Oh, okay, here we go. Finish restoration of base island terrain. So now we're going to, let's see. Oh, okay. We're gonna create this green water. It looks like that's what we figured out yesterday. And that green water is going into height limits 0, 0, terrain mask 1, so it's not substantive. And it's just going over this non-navigable rock beach, land percent 100, number of clumps. We're actually going to put 932 here, and the reason we're going to do that is because it's a terrain mask, so it's not that critical. And this will help us make sure that we get everything covered properly. Space and other terrain types 1, set flat terrain only. Okay, looks good. So we'll save that, and then when we generate this again, we should have this green water appear on top of the rock, and bam, there it is. Okay, so that looks good. And even though it looks like it's a tidal pool, players can still build in here. You know, you could still make a mill next to your berries or something. So it's kind of weird, but it will work. Minaret of Jam, whatever that means. It's kind of cool. It's a big tower. Must be one of those new... It's considered a building, too, not a wonder. Is it like a unique caravanserai or something? Looks kind of similar to it. Oh, maybe not exactly the same. But similar for sure. Okay. Well, anyway. So next is begin critical desert layering. Alright. And end critical desert layering. So, I think the difference is we're going to do these all just one at a time to make sure that that happens and they get done right. I remember this part. So this is where we put desert on top. And we figured out what we need to avoid player start areas by, except we're going to get rid of number of clumps, and we're basically just going to do this 4 times. There we go. So this should invariably give the proper desert on top of each of those big islands. So now let's generate it and see what happens. What's interesting to me is that it's got like these little islands here, almost like it's fighting with it, like it's got overlapping lands, but we know that's not the case. I wonder why that is. Surely the terrains haven't always been this sloppy. I seem to recall when they were quite nice. Okay, so this did not get layered over here properly, and that is unsettling. And probably the reason that that did not get layered properly is because it's doing them one at a time, right? But maybe like the next desert, instead of being placed up here, is now being placed on this island right here. Maybe there used to be a version of this island right here, and it's like, oh, we'll just use that as the origin. And so it puts this big old splotch right here, and it basically does this one twice. And so this is the problem that we're running into then, is that putting this desert down on top of this terrain is creating all these little islands here. And that's super annoying. So I'm wondering if there is a good way around that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna post about this. I wonder if we put in like height limits, if that would help it have a nice clean border. I don't know. So in the meantime, let's work on this part, and we'll see if anybody in the server, in the random map scripting server, writes us back. Okay, he did write us back. They aren't lands. That entire surface is the non-navigable rock beach before some of it is converted to desert if far enough away. All right, let's send him a screenshot of this right here. All right, he may know that already. We'll see. Okay, so we'll see what he says. Looks like he had some ideas, and we'll work on this out here, because I think that we can convert this non-interactable water actually into this DLC mangrove shallow here, so that we can expand this playable area. Because this is a pretty thick boundary here. We don't need this to be this thick, I don't think. So we can actually do that first, because it doesn't have any interference with anything else that's going on. So we're just going to say, like, expanding base terrain into non-interactable water. Okay, so copy this. And we're going to say that we're going to create terrain DLC mangrove shallow. And the base terrain is going to be WNI, which is water non-interactable. There's going to be no avoidance for player start areas, but we are going to have space and other terrain types of 2, I think, for now. And number of clumps is going to be 9320, and then set scaling, set scale by size. Okay. Nice. So it did move. Wonder if we can even get away with 1. It moved these mangrove shallows in. if we can even... Yeah, let's try one and see how that looks. Okay, we did save that. It looks like nothing can walk across. Nope. And what about the building of docks? I don't think you can dock here. Nope. Nor can you dock here, because you can't build on this, and this is non-interactable water. But you could dock here, and then you could make a transport ship. We've got so many units. All right. So you could dock, you could make a transport ship, and the transport ship can go across this non-interactable water. It cannot go across this desert here, but it could unload here, I believe, which is kind of an interesting phenomenon. All right, so this time it looks like it did successfully generate desert everywhere. Well, I could try something else, and that is that I could try putting the forest down directly. So let me think. If I put the forest down directly, and then I can convert some forest that's beyond a certain distance to desert. And then I can convert that ring of forest. I don't know. It's very similar to what I did for the Irish tournament. And the players did not necessarily approve of that ring of trees. It made scouts less viable. You may not need to go scouts on this in general, though, given the size of the map. Yeah, this is certainly not the ideal solution. I would like to have these a little bit larger, actually. These hexagons just a little bit larger. So maybe that's something that we can tweak. That would allow more space for more of these islands here too, which I like the idea of. And now, you know, we could create water. And we might even be able to do like terrain mask 1. And we'll place it on DLC Mangrove Shallow. And we should be able to make it look pretty watery. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We could even change the percentage too. We might even be able to layer on. Oh, you know what we could do? We could even mask this mangrove shallow. We could mask that on top of this water non-interactable, I think. So we could actually even like blend this visually. Let's do it. Just experimenting with what we can do to sort of stitch together these two worlds. So we're going to create DLC mangrove shallow terrain mask 1 on the water non-interactable, WNI. And we'll see if we can get this to look the same, but you just can't cross over it. How about that? How about that? It's seamless. And now we can put down all manner of green water terrain masking and such, and it should replace the regular water masking, and also sort of just be, you know, very close to. Yeah, I like this. And sure enough, if we tried to build to the edge, we can't. Let's test that, make sure nothing got screwed up with that. Nope. Cannot build to the edge. And most importantly, you can't walk across that. Maybe we should actually put the green water down there too. Maybe we should put the green water down instead, just so it's more readable. It's easier to see. Check the units and make sure that we didn't mess anything up. Nope. Can't walk across it. Wait. Okay, yep. Can't walk across it. See, I can hardly even see it. Yeah, let's put the green water down instead and see how that looks. And that'll blend a little bit nicer with what we have in the tidal pools anyway. I don't know. I don't think that looks very good. No, I like the mangrove shallow better. And we'll do a couple of them. We'll do a couple of them to make sure that we get everything blended together. Alright, so that should be enough. So we're going to call this one, we're going to call this Alright, and then we're going to mask mangrove shallow. Masking mangrove shallow over non-interactable water. Okay. And now the next one we're going to do like green water mask. And at some point I do want to expand the actual amount of real land, perhaps, because we just have dirt right now. So let's add this first, just to see how that looks. And then we'll kind of debate whether or not we want to put more dirt down, or more physical land down where ships will be less powerful. I think we do. It's just a matter of how much. Create terrain, GW, on DLC mangrove shallow, and we'll do like land percent of 10 or something. Terrain mask 1, and that's fine. The rest of it, number of clumps. So this will convert some of it. Alright, do we need to change the size? Switch that around so that we can see the effect a little bit more easily. I wonder if these are the green water patches. Can we build a building there? We should be able to. No, we cannot. Alright. Interesting. Then in that case, we're going to dial this up to like 40. It should be able to replace some of this terrain mask of mangrove shallow that we have on the base. So we're masking regular water over the mangrove shallow, but we should be able to mask some green water in its place. So we will see if that works. Just dialing up the percentage. No. All right. Then we will take this, cut that, get rid of that. We'll put this up here with our water masking, and maybe we'll mask like 60% of it, and then we'll try to get 100%. We'll get the balance with this water over mangrove shallow. All right, now this should work. Am I missing something? All right, what happens if we just do green water and that's all it is? We'll try to put down 100%. How does the green water look compared to regular water? Okay, that looks right. So we would then mask green water instead of mangrove shallows over this border here. I think that would be in order. That would be the right thing to do. And that'll help illuminate that border, create terrain, GW. Green water, green water. Green water. Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Do you think that looks good? Or did you like the other brighter water better? Yeah, he can't walk across. Okay, I think we'll leave it at that for now. If we change the map size, it'll probably look a little bit better. I don't know how much. We could actually use like regular water in the middle perhaps too. Let's try that. Mangrove shallow over non-interactable water. So we'll do like create terrain, just regular water over DLC mangrove shallow. All this stuff is the same. So this would overrule it, but then we'll say spacing other terrain types of like 3. So did that place another mask on top? I don't know. Doesn't really seem to be doing much. So we'll just leave it alone for now. Oh, you know me, I can't quite leave it alone. Yeah, there. So that looks better, except that now units can't cross this, but we can always change that terrain back. Because we got our, we got the green water that we wanted. So now we can change it back to DLC mangrove shallow, base terrain, water, and that should be good. So now we're gonna mask DLC mangrove shallow below that water, and now units should be able to walk over it. Yep, that looks good. I wish we could, we might be able to actually make this a little more like blotchy, so it doesn't look so well, it looks really contrived like this. It doesn't look so natural. You can see that we can put a cavalier over it just fine. We got a random patch of green water here, though. Units can't walk over that. They can't just walk over to the town, though. But I think we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it, and we're going to do a smaller percentage than 100. Maybe like, I don't know, 8. And let's see what this gets us. The result should be a lot more green water. Yeah, so that looks, we're going to need to increase that percentage a little bit, but that's kind of in the direction that we're going. Maybe like 20. And the vast majority of it should be, some of it's masked, some of it's not. So this, for instance, is not properly masked so that a centurion can't walk on it, but he can walk on this or this. And that could get really confusing for the players. But this is just about what we're looking for. This is just about right in terms of the distribution. Maybe a little less, maybe like 18%. And then this one is going to kind of struggle to replace everything, so we'll paste like 3 or 4 of them down here to try to get it all. Okay. All right, yep, that's much better. So it gives kind of like a mixing of waters feel. Like you feel like you're in a place where water mixes. And that's definitely what we're going for here. Now this does look a little dark here. I don't like how dark that looks. We might have to go back to the traditional. Like, look at that. That's super dark. I don't know how much I can do about that right now. All right. Yeah, I can't let this. I can't let this look like that. I just can't, you guys. So instead of masking the green water, we're going to mask DLC mangrove shallow. Doesn't even have to be mangrove shallow. It could also be like new shallow or something like that. Actually, we've got some other terrains that we could potentially choose from here. We have muddy shallow. Muddy shallow could be interesting. It should be actually greener. Let's try muddy shallow. We've seen what DLC mangrove shallow looks like. So I have the code in place and I hit generate and it makes something like that. Let's try muddy shallow. Muddy shallow. All right. Ooh. I really like that, actually. What do you guys think? It is a pretty stark contrast to the surroundings. But I think that we're going to try to put little tidal pools along here. Does that look like tidal pool material to you guys? Maybe there could be some other type of uncrossable terrain. That we could use that would look better. Water 2D shoreless. That's what we're using now. I think that's really the best option. With exception of maybe shallow azure or something. Yeah, DLC new shallow. We could try it. Get rid of the rest of these. New shallow. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Looks the same. Yeah, let me know if you have any ideas. Hey, Jaws00 is here. How's it going? We're just kind of experimenting with what border we want to give this. I think muddy shallow might look the best so far. But we're making an estuary. And it doesn't really fit in with the rest of the water here. But I want these to be mangrove shallows because I want people to be able to build out here. So I guess we'll leave it like that for now. Note that you can't walk across. You cannot go out here. If you're on this island, the only way that you can get out is if a transport from the outside comes and you get on it. So that's kind of the cool feature behind this map. So in a standard setting, players start on these dueling islands, if you will. And they have their duel. But for the low resources configuration, which is the nomad start, I'm going to put players on their own individual, or not individual, but I'm going to have a nomad start basically outside of these islands. How do you ever get outside? You don't. I'm making this for my friend Cesar. They're doing a tournament, and they're kind of like doing a type of Socotra tournament. Oh, game crashed. They're doing a sort of Socotra tournament, but for the purposes of efficiency, they want to be able to watch 4 matches at the same time. So the point is to make like 4 Socotra maps and put it in one, and then just do it on a larger map size, and then have the 8 players play, and then whoever wins on their island gets to progress in the tournament. Yes, it is kind of interesting. Now, it could be a little bit tricky, like enforcing the end of the game. Like if it's set for conquest and three people clearly win on their side very quickly, like within 15 minutes, I guess they just sit there and do nothing. But what happens if one guy on the other side, I guess, wins and then they all just resign, or he claims to win and they all resign and then it ends the game prematurely? And he just claims that his opponent won't resign. So there will be some honesty that will be required. But if you select low resources, instead of having those player town centers and villagers like the standard start on those Socotra Islands, instead of having that be your start, I'm going to have it so that you just have a normal like water nomad start outside those islands. And then you can sail to those islands for bonus resources. So it could make for a fun FFA map too, or some kind of community game type map. So how are things in the Czech Republic? Yeah, we'll keep that muddy shallow for now. Same as always, fair enough. Fair enough, Jaw00. I am not going to question you. You can't really speak for your entire country anyway. You can only speak for yourself. Hey, Cesar, how's it going? We were just working on this. Yeah, you still can't walk across. You cannot get across. But there's plenty of stuff outside. There's plenty going on out here. Alright. Jaw00, since I've got you here, I'd like to ask you a question. You see these little islands, like this little island I've got here? I'm doing well, Cesar. This is messing with my ability to guarantee a certain number of wood lines to each player. Do you have any idea how I can resolve this? It's a little bit more, it might be easier to see on more players. So yeah, you see these little islands here? This little patch of non-navigable rock beach. So when I go in to like put my forests down, there is a possibility that I'm not able to layer my terrains properly because this patch is here. So like for example, this right here should be completely desert, but what happened is, say there was another patch of rock right here, and it was maybe right here. My next desert actually just got put here twice. I got two deserts here and no desert here because there was an isolated patch of rock that got replaced. Oh, so you've seen this too. You don't know how to get rid of them, sadly. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me refill my water. And then we'll keep scripting, assuming that that's not a solvable problem. We'll just kind of find a way around. All right. I'm back. Oh, Jaw00 says there is a solution, but it doesn't work 100% from my experience. Well, I'd love to hear it. Oh, wait, why am I putting this on? I don't need this. There's no sound. You can make the original terrain larger, then replace it and set avoid other terrain types like 3, and replace the remaining strip with desert. Ooh. Okay. Yes, that's a good idea. Jaw00 is a clever scripter. Masking, muddy shallow. Let's try it. All right. So we're putting down the unbuildable border. Okay. Where are we? DLC desert gravel. Restoring the base island terrain. All right. The critical desert layering. So if I get rid of this critical desert layering, this is how it looks. Let me just think my way through this here. All right, so if I get rid of that, then this is all going to be this non-navigable rock beach. Okay, there it is. So Jaw00 is saying make the original terrain larger, then replace it and set avoid other terrain types like 3, and replace the remaining strip with desert. So have this avoid, I don't know. I just increase this number. I could actually decrease this number. Maybe I need to go in the opposite direction. No, I don't think so. I think I'm just going to throw a lot of stuff at it. Number of clumps, 9320. All right. And this is just going to be a big, long mess. I mean, it still appears, and that's super annoying. Border fuzziness 100. Where do I even say that? Hold on. Let me look up border fuzziness. Zetnus said something about border fuzziness earlier. But in the past, people have said it only applies to borders, and these are lands. Let me look up the skeleton syntax here. Terrain generation. Space and other terrain types. Set flat terrain only. Land percent. Number of tiles. Number of clumps. Clumping factor. I wonder what would happen if I set the clumping factor. No, probably not. Void player start areas, height limits. What are you talking about with border fuzziness? So border fuzziness is a land argument, and I'm in the terrain section. I think it's immaterial. Maybe this avoid player start areas is just buggy. It's also an argument in the terrain generation. What? Did I miss it? Base terrain, base layer, beach terrain, terrain mass, space and other terrain types, land percent, number of clumps. Where? Oh, it's not. Okay. Yeah, let's. You know, I'm not willing to give this up. This is important to me. I like Jaws00's suggestion, and I'm thinking about it now, and I kind of understand it a little bit better. Clumping factor, try it. Clumping factor 30. Probably not much. Yeah, helps a little. Helps a little, but not much. Okay, well, let's try something different then. So let's have this avoid player start areas by like 18. And we'll see how that looks. So it should be restricted pretty tightly, a lot closer to the town center. We can actually make that less. Maybe like 16. I think that Zetnus's guide says that border fuzziness, or that clumping factor 30 is ideal. Useful range is about 0 to 25. The extent to which terrain tiles prefer to be next to other tiles of the same clump. Moderate values 5 to 25 create rounder. Low values 0 to 5 create more irregular. Negative values create extremely snaky lands. So you think I should make it 100? It's different than for lands. Try making it 100. Okay. So, what now? So let us put down, I don't know. Let's put down like dirt 2. So there's the dirt 2, and then we'll put down the desert, and we'll make the desert be like, what, 3 tiles away from that? And then we'll replace this DLC rock with this dirt 2. Hey, Juicy, how's it going? Welcome. So yeah, the concept for this map is I'm helping my friend Cesar out with one of his tournaments, and he wanted essentially 4 Socotra maps. He wanted 4 instances of Socotra to be on the same map for efficiency in casting. And so the idea is that there would be 4 islands which the players essentially cannot interact with the other islands. And so I was like, all right, well, that's cool, but I like to do lots of fun stuff, so we'll just add all these other little islands, and we'll make like this little estuary ecosystem outside of it, and it'll be pretty and cool and everything like that. And then I got to thinking, let's make a version of the map that you can configure in lobby. If you select low resources, you'll just get a standard nomad start outside, and then you can actually sail into these islands, and there's bonus resources. There's there's wood and stuff on each of these islands that you can fight over. So it's a little bit like Water Nomad, but with these big islands, if you will. So this rock terrain here is not buildable. So if a player wanted to wall this off, they can't. Oh, maybe kind of complicated. So you can't wall this off. This you can wall on this though. You could build all over this, it's fine. So you can't wall off to your, if you want to wall off, you have to like you have to give up so much of the map in order to wall like this, all right? So you could kind of wall like that, I guess. Anyway, you're going to get your normal player assigned force, so it'll be a little bit like a little bit of a mini Arabia. But units like this camel rider, units cannot cross from here to the outside. And they can't cross from the outside to the inside unless they have a transport ship. So if you have a transport ship and you're on the outside, you can sail in and unload. But you can't build a dock on this island. It's not dockable. So it should be interesting. Okay, so let's put the desert now with an avoidance to other terrain types of like 2 or something on top of that dirt 2. See if that looks any better for us. Possibly. These are all mangrove shallows, so you can build on them. So it could be similar to Water Nomad, except it's got these large islands, which you can land on to get away from the ships. But if everything that you have outside is destroyed and you can't build a transport ship, you won't be able to get off this island once you land on it. Okay. Reminds you of an India map. Really interesting. So we're going to create terrain desert. And we are going to use the base terrain of dirt 2. And instead of the player avoidance, we're going to set like spacing other terrain types of 2. And let's see how that does. Now, let's change this back to giant, by the way. So as expected, we have a thin layer of dirt 2 around here. But overall, this is a lot neater. So we could actually change this dirt. We could actually change this dirt 2 back to desert now. If it's a certain distance away from the player town center. And getting these numbers right, getting these spacings right, will be tricky. But I think this does solve the island's problem. So thanks, Jaw00 for the idea. But before we count our chickens, let's get it working. So we will create terrain desert now. And we're going to use dirt 2. But instead of spacing other terrain types, we're going to avoid player starting areas. And I think that we're going to need something like that, perhaps. See how that looks. We might need to adjust that avoidance, though. Yeah, I think we're going to need to increase that avoidance a bit. This one didn't even get it. I have to increase the number of those commands. Maybe like 18 because we got 16 plus 2. Yep, that's right. Now we'll convert the dirt back to non-navigable rock beach. And that should clean that up. I don't know what that is there. Well, so create terrain, non-navigable rock beach from dirt 2. No player avoidance. All right, see you later, Juicy. Thanks for stopping in. Perhaps we'll play this together sometime. Well, what do you think, Jaw00? I think this looks a lot better. This looks a little unfortunate, though, that all became unbuildable. Like a certain section of the island just got shaved off. Maybe it's just a rare occurrence. But overall, this does look way better. I think we'll include a couple of those commands just to make sure the dirt 2 is fully converted. But the non-navigable rock beach does not appear in little islands anymore. except maybe this right here. And this right here, and I think it's just because it's next to the edge. I wonder if we can thicken that. I wonder if we can thicken this layer just a little bit. So maybe like make this 3 and this one 19 to improve it a small amount. Almost made it worse. Let's increase it a little bit more. Just because in theory, that whole spacing other terrain types thing should improve this. The more of it we have. Come on. Why? Why me? Are we not getting enough of this dirt too in here? Let me repeat that. Still getting the islands. Non-navigable rock beach. All right. Let's peel it back again. Like, this is bizarre right here. This should be... Look at it, it's got this little bite taken out of it. That should totally be dirt too. What's going on? %, 100. Number of clumps, I think, is appropriate. It's quite high. So scale by size. It still shouldn't matter. Set scale by groups or size. Let's look up what we want. Sets the number of clumps to map size. Okay, so I think that's what we want. Set scale by clumps. A little bit better. I suppose we just keep increasing the numbers. And to be more and more extreme. So like change this to 14 and this to 6. All right. And now we can actually have the desert replace this dirt too. You can see it on the mini-map, you know it's good. So instead of spacing other terrain types, we're going to have set avoid player start areas by the sum of those two, which is 20. What the? Where did my unbuildable rock terrain go? It like disappeared on this one. Is that a visual bug? Palisade wall. Nope. It is not a visual bug. Why does this happen to me? There's literally no reason why that should happen. Okay. Height limits 1-1 then. Even though it should already be restricted. Actually, we could probably just do that one. Height limits 1-1. We'll keep this seed and we'll generate it again, and it should not, the desert should not replace that rock terrain now on the perimeter here. Okay, so the problem is happening sooner. What? Why is it not happening down here? Or here? Or here, it's just happening on this one. So it's before this then. URB. It's this URB here. Base terrain. And then we're replacing this masking DLC desert gravel on it. That's fine. Unbuildable rock beach. So it's not putting down unbuildable border. It's just not going down there. Even though it should. Well, we can change the number of clumps. Set scale by groups. These are scaled by size, which is interesting. Which one do I want again? I want groups. All right. Well, that's better. This dirt 2 is down. It appears to be in 2 reasonable rings. All right, I think we're back where we started, kind of. I don't know. It looks like we've sort of made a little bit of progress. So I'm going to cling to that. So the last thing that we need to do in this critical desert layering is we need to put that dirt back. So we're going to create terrain, non-navigable rock beach. All right. Height limits 1-1. Actually, we don't need to specify the height limits because the dirt is already at 1 height. All right. All right. It has tentacles, but no islands. I don't see any islands. So that's good. Oh, it's the same seed. Let's generate another seed. Okay, good. I think we're ready to proceed. So, we are now going to let's check and use an unused terrain type so far. I think dirt 3 will be fine. Yeah, dirt 3. Dirt 3 is a bit grassy, but it'll be fine. So we need to do this 8 times. So we're going to end the critical desert layering. Oh no, okay, we're already using dirt 4. Then that's fine. Come on. Select that. All right, what do we have here? Get rid of this. So we're creating some dirt, and we're doing it one at a time. Okay, yep. So we can get rid of that. These are a bunch of repeats. All right. So one of these players will have a forest generate. And no. Okay. Let's go in and fix something. So we're putting DLC Dirt 4 down on non-navigable rock beach. We're doing that within the specified height limits. So this is telling me that this looks right. So there's some rogue. Oh shoot. There's something that's gone rogue in here. We contaminated when we uncommented this section of the script. Darn. Well, let's try running it. Okay. So the DLC Dirt 4 did go down successfully. So whatever the contaminated section of the script was, we commented it out. So that's good. So now we need to put Pine Forest, Palm Desert, I should say, not Pine Forest, on this specifically. You can also use more than 8 woodline generations. I think it's always safer. So people don't start without woodline like in Ranked Arabia, that one patch. I'm not sure what you mean exactly. If I put more than 8 there, then it'll try to. You'll have to show me once I have the code up here and I've got it generating wood lines. I have it randomly choosing between 3 and 4 right now. So we uncomment this. This should be pretty clean. So we're putting Palm Desert down on DLC Dirt 4, avoiding player start area by 15. I think we could actually get rid of that. We might incorporate that later, who knows. So we'll just comment it out. So this is its own create terrain, this is its own create terrain. That looks good. I mean the whole woodline process. I think well, I don't know what you mean, sorry. I've got a process in my mind for how to do this. There we go. So this player has 3 wood lines, and it looks like we still need to convert the rest of this dirt back to desert. And we could actually maybe move these wood lines even a little bit further away. They are a bit close. See what I had here was 15. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And we'll do a couple of these dirt conversion steps back. Make sure that we get it all. Set scale by clumps. There's a goofy bird outside my window. Got a really funny call. All right. One, two, three, 4, and that's going to be kind of the cleanup. Okay, good. We got all of the DLC Dirt 4. I think it's done fighting me. It's another way to solve the little islands problem. Oh, really? Wait, the 8 woodline generations is another way to solve the little islands problem. I don't see how that would work. Alright. So now, if we do this more times, the code should be exactly the same. You know what, for good measure, let's just double this up. You just copy the code many times instead of 8 times. Oh, that could work, if I understand you correctly. Create second player forest. Alright. And we need if two player game and if. Actually, can we do that? Let's try not doing this for now. Third player forest. Fourth player forest. Fifth player forest. Sixth player forest. Seventh player forest. Eighth player forest. Now, I think what's going to happen, well, we'll see. In theory, there shouldn't be any of this non-navigable rock beach left at this elevation. So I don't think it will work. Did we miscount? Looks like everybody's got 4 wood lines. Or some people's wood lines have merged like this. Except this player. Did we miscount? Well, let's try generating again first. And if it correctly generates forests. And this is going to tell us that we've got something wrong. No, again, one player isn't getting the correct number of forests. What the? Cat's just sitting in the middle of the lawn meowing. I'm not sure what he expects to have happen. Now they are generating there. So that's not good. This is so frustrating. Can you guys hear him? Yeah, so it's just not appearing there. It's not appearing sometimes. So it appears that I have 8. But, and this one just has a random, like this is unacceptable, and I don't know what's causing this to happen. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Let me go bring the cat in. Let me take a quick break. Alright, he didn't come. Probably all the better. He's having a fine time outside, making noise. Alright. I'm back. Thank you everybody for giving me a quick break. Alright, so this is an NNRB problem. Where we create this desert layering. Restoring the island base terrain. I mean, we could peel this back. Land percent. Number of clumps 9320. Set scale by groups. Set scale by clumps. Actually, we need to set scale by groups. Set scale by clumps isn't a thing. Really? Set scale by place them all. All right. Okay. Well, this looks a little bit better. Maybe that was the problem. Cat is still mewing. I think he's upset that he can't find a mouse or a rabbit to pick on. It's an important part of his life. Picking on smaller creatures that can't fight back. It's just the nature of cats. What they like to do. So I think we leave it here for now. Oh, I was going to test the fewer than 8 players. Oh, thank you. That could be part of the problem. I have the same seed selected. No. So both of these fail to spawn. This one combines the forests. I'm tempted to give them I'm tempted to give no player assigned forests. You know, to just put a bunch of neutral forests and be like, have at it. That would be a lot simpler. If I put a bunch of neutral forests down. Yo, Cesar, are you there? Can you hear me, Cesar? What, you know, what's your preference? Like, how many forests do you want? Where do you want them? Just copy the forest generation code 5 more times and call it a day? No, because I don't know, I think if I do extras... Ah, you can hear me. So, I'm trying to get every player to have the same number of forests, Cesar. What do you... You know, how do you want this to... Do you want this to be more like Socotra or more like Arabia? Because, like, people have very strong feelings about Arabia. You got to have the same number of forests. But if it's more like Socotra, it seems like there's sort of this ring of wood on the outside. Now, I wouldn't do a ring of wood, but let me just show you. Like, it would be very easy for me to take all of this. Oops. Where are we? Hold on, I'll show you. Okay. So it would be very easy for me to take all of this and delete it. More like Socotra. All right. Well, we'll try Jaw00's idea first. So you're saying just take all of these sections and just copy them 5 more times. 2, 3, 4. All right. So that's a lot of lines of code. Let's try it. Not all of them? Wait, not all of what? Only one time is enough if you copy them all? Well, all right. Well, I have some extras then. It doesn't look like there's maybe too much wood for some players if we do it this way. Like, look at this. Get this player's wall off. I guess this is the four forest version. I think this is 3. Yeah. All right. It's a pretty long forest there. I don't think we're going to do boars just because this is so close. We'll do some ostriches. So you still have huntable food. All right. We'll leave it at that then. And like, look at how good this is for this player, this wall off. I guess this would be kind of annoying to wall off all that. Given how close his opponent is, could be pretty easy to get in there with a drush. But you guys will have to give me feedback based on playtesting. Maybe these islands are just simply too small. Maybe these islands could be expanded a little bit. Boars are really important on Socotra. Exactly. And if it gets lamed, then you'll be in big trouble. All right, so we'll leave that. Third player forest. We just have this massive section in the terrain generation. It's just about making the player assign forests. And we'll just kind of have to accept that that's the way it is. Can we have one boar for each player? Yeah, sure, Cesar. That could be done. I could probably arrange so that the boar is in the back of the base. And close to the town center, so it's hard to lame people's boars. Okay. Oh, one more thing. Elevation. Let's see, that should be non-navigable gravel beach if I remember correctly. So let's go back up to elevation. Yep. And I think I might have some good elevations for Ackhill that I can apply. You can delete most of the forest code. Just one copy should be enough. All right, let me do that now before I forget. First player forest. So let me grab this, go down, and delete it. How many of these have I got? First, second. You can allow the lame. Hold on, I gotta make sure I start from the top here. All right. So here we start. 1, 2, This should say third, 3, 4, 5. Did I lose count somehow? Sixth player forest. These are very disorganized. Seventh. All right, I think I got all of them. I don't want this map to be snowbally, because then I'll look bad. Alright, so first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. So Jaw00 is suggesting to just copy it once, and that should be sufficient. So let's try that. All right. Okay. So these wood lines must have combined into one, which is unfortunate. And I'm thinking we will give the players very little stone. Otherwise, this will turn into a tower war, which we don't want. So this is a pretty small forest. This player only got 2 forests, it looks like. 1 forest tried to spawn here. But these forests are pretty large. Yeah, I don't know, Cesar. You guys will have to test it and let me know what you think. I'll try to get you something reasonably close. And you can test it, and you can all, you guys can all talk about it and debate and say, we want to change this, we want to do that. Because that's really the best way to improve the quality of a map right now is with testing. All right. We'll just move on at this point. Yeah, so there's not very much back here. There's a very small wood line back here. But to make up for it, these other wood lines are larger. 4 or 5 tiles, he says. All right. I will make it, though, so that this stone cannot be denied with a tower rush. I'll put it very close to the player's base. Okay. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I was going to borrow some code from another map. That would impact the elevation. So let's do that. I really don't have that many, actually. Well, let's grab this. And the elevation is going to be a non-navigable rock beach. And let's see what we can do here. So we should have some desert hills show up. Okay. Now, unfortunately, shoot. The bottom one is going to have more elevation than the top one. Ah, that's so annoying. Bottom one is going to have more elevation than the top one because balanced elevation is not actually balanced. It doesn't work. So depending on where you are, you might have more of a boomy game or more of an aggressive rush kind of game. So we need to adjust this for the height limits. Maybe we can, number one, make these a little bit smaller. Create elevation like maybe 2. And the number of tiles, 150, 30 clumps. Yeah. See how there are fewer clumps up here than there are down here? All right, so let's go back into the terrains. And let's specify everything above 1 is actually 1 to 7. Height limits 1 to 1. And we're going to change that to height limits 1, 7. All right, there we go. Well, you know, the elevation is a little less noticeable when it's the same terrain. So that's good for us. Elevation avoids player town centers by 7 tiles or something like that. So as you can see, this is kind of the limit. That's actually what's forming this little dip around the player town. Alright. Maybe add a little bit more. Okay. Oh, we just kind of put this in the middle here. Whoops. Let us increase this slightly, maybe 40 and 200, and then 20 and 100 for elevation 3. See how that looks. Alright, I don't think I want to add anything more than that. I think that's fine for elevation. So now we can create the neutral forests. We could actually put down some of this unbuildable rock terrain around these neutral forests so that you can't try to include them in your walls. But let's see how they look without it. So we're going to want something like this. We're going to go all the way to the end of our terrain section. Alright, and the base terrain is going to be desert this time. Clumping factor 30. Avoid player start areas by, let's say 20. No, it's got to be more than that. It's got to be 30. Number of clumps, 9320. And actually, no, not 9320, like probably 40. And then land percent 1. And let's see what we get from that. Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, you tell me what you want, Cesar. Do you want like lots of little sort of scattered trees? I can make these into bigger clumps if you want them. I don't think this looks too bad, actually. And if you do try to wall here, maybe you run the risk of having a hole in the wall through the forest that you don't see. But I can certainly make smaller forests if you want. It looks okay? All right, let me show you another alternative, and you can tell me which one you like better. So we've got this one right now. We could also do something like this. So number of clumps like 10. You love it. Oh, all right. He loves it. So there is also this. Some neutral forests. So which one do you like better? Do you like the first one better or the second one better? Let me know. Here's another generation. So you choose, first or second. You like this one better? I thought you might. Okay. So we can do a little bit more on these big islands. I just stretch my legs here. To pretty them up. So we'll call this like neutral forest generation. Now what happens when we have 2 players? Does this still all work when we have 2 players? Hope so. Okay, yeah, looks good. Intended to be played on a giant map size. I would like to break these up a little bit. Maybe the whole 1% thing is just sort of overwhelming. Oh, you know what I bet it is? Oh, we don't want them running out of wood now, do we? You technically can't wall this off here, so somebody could go all the way around if they wanted to be cheeky. So I think I'm going to do this by number of tiles instead of land percent. So we're going to do if P12, if P34, etc. And because it's going to be reading the land generation section first, even though the terrains come first, the way that we've ordered it reads land generation first. So let us all right. So if P12, P34, P56, P78, and we'll control the amount based off of that. So we have number of clumps 10. Let's set this to 20, I think, for now, because we're going to and we're going to do it in number of tiles. So let's just give this a shot. And I have no idea what the number of tiles is appropriate. So we'll say like 100. And then we'll try to scale it up. 200. And we should be able to scale this pretty straightforwardly because we know how the number of islands changes depending on, the number of players. All right. Let's see if we got this close. No, that's actually even bigger. So maybe number of tiles should be 40. And we can even change the number of clumps too, according to the number of players. Dang, what's wrong? Oh, are we scaling this by groups? Yes, we are. Which changes it according to the map size. So, number of tiles, 10. Because we've got a much larger map size, so that's actually increasing that number. Alright, number of tiles, 2. Let's see what that does for us. Nothing. Alright, what's going on here? P12 should be defined. Let's do 2 for all of these. And you know what? For good measure, let's comment this out. Number of tiles, 2. Okay, so that works. So our conditional does not work. So I guess we will, even though it's supposed to be reading land generation first and accepting these definitions, maybe it's not for whatever reason. So we're going to go 1. All right, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, and then 8. So the number of clumps will reduce to 10. Should actually reduce that to even more. You know what? Let's just put 4 clumps down. Oh, right. We want to scale this by size. That's our problem. It's scaling up the number of clumps by the map size, and we want the number of tiles. There we go. So we're going to need a little bit more than that so that it's fair, in case one player takes this side of the map. Number of clumps, maybe 10. And let's comment this out for now and maybe just say land percent 1. So maybe this was really just a matter of scaling by the right thing. No, land percent 1 is still way too big. So we are going to need this logical statement. So number of tiles maybe 10. No, more than that. $100. Come on, where is it? Oh, right. It's a 2-player game. These numbers should be the same. And this is probably going to be way too large. Yep. All right. Wake up, Jacob. Okay. Let's increase the size of those just a little bit. Okay, increase them to 20. What do you think, Cesar? So we're gonna double that. For 4 players. And we're going to triple it for 6 players. And we're going to quadruple it for 8 players. All right. So this should stay the same. And now let's increase the number of players from 2 to 4. Similar. Okay. To 6. Okay. So they're smaller than the player-assigned forests. Just kind of like bonus forests. And to 8. Cesar, he likes it. All right, good. So what else can we do? Well, we can add some terrain masking. Now, I can see that we need to terrain mask this non-navigable rock beach here. And we'll use DLC Desert Gravel for that. So this is, we're going to call this creating neutral forests. All right. Be right back. And then we will continue beautifying the map. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we can do about making the map more beautiful. Hey, White Mike, how's it going? Do you script? The great USA. The United States of America. You couldn't tell from the Yank accent? All right. Let's see. Yes, of course. That's where I'm from. Both of my grandparents fought in the Second World War. One of them was a sergeant in the Marines in the Pacific, and one of them went to France, fought the Germans. So my family has been here for quite some time. Oh, you're from China. Interesting. And what brings you to my stream today, White Mike? Do you play Age of Empires? Do you random map script? Are you in? Wait a second. Are you in Cesar's clan? And you're going to be playing on this map? The first time to communicate with Americans up close. Oh, I see. You've never spoken with an American before. Yeah, see, I don't understand all those characters. Alright, so we're going to create DLC Desert Gravel. And our base terrain is going to be NNRB. And that should be fine. You're signing up for YouTube for the first time. Really? You never had a YouTube account before this. Why are you making one now? And YouTube's been around for a while. Why now? I think it's a good idea, by the way. Oh, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is fun. You like the game, huh? That's good. Alright, we need to avoid... We need to do Terrain Mask 1. And we need to avoid player start areas by like 12 or something. YouTube is not allowed in China or was not allowed in China? So this should be somewhere. Okay. It kind of made it over here. I like that. Oh, Google has left mainland China. So you left China, and after leaving China, you were able to make a YouTube account so that you could have a YouTube presence. Is that right, White Mike? And Cesar's question is a good question too, because there are some very good Chinese players. Americans are creative. Yes, we are. It's the one thing that we do really well. We're lazy and we complain a lot, but sometimes that laziness makes us creative. Save work. What, if you don't mind my asking, White Mike, what skill level do you play at? All right. So maybe we just need more of these desert gravels. I play at around a 1300 level, so I'm not particularly great. It's like top 10%. But most of the people that present Age of Empires content are much, much better than I am. Red Alert 2 in China. That I've never heard of. It would be much more practical. No, this is not the most efficient way of doing this. Just trying to think. There's a better way. You know, maybe we need to mask this rock first before putting the green water down. I bet that would do it. Even though it's outdated, it's popular. I've never heard of it. What U.S. state am I from? I'm on the East Coast. I live in upstate New York. Nope. the East Coast. White Mike, don't you see all that green out there? Actually, you might not be able to. No, it's still pretty bright coming through the window. I could literally, in like 30 seconds, I could rush downstairs and grab a fistful of grass clippings and show you. It's very green here. It's very lush and green and beautiful. It's the late spring, early summer. It's the best time of the year. One of the best times of the year. All right, where am I? So I want to go American technology is advanced. Oh, perhaps. I can't take any credit for that. I just use the technology. But the climate here has nothing to do with the technology. All right, where are we? Okay, so this is where we're masking the green water. So let's mask this desert gravel, except we won't avoid player start areas. We'll actually just give it height limits of 1 to 1. That should do it. Are Asians discriminated against in the USA? No. Nope. On average, I think people of Asian descent, people who look like people from East Asia, have slightly higher on average incomes than the rest of Americans. Am I a programmer? Not really, just for fun. I don't make money off of anything that I program. You're always going to find maybe some stupid person out there that treats people based on how they were born instead of the things they see them do. But it's pretty rare in my experience. Okay. That did not affect it at all. So let's remove these height limits and see if we can get it to mask properly. So it's going to actually this should work because the other one has space in other terrain types of 1. Now we might have, yeah, that's what I thought. So it's all dried out now. So we'll have to fill that back in, but that shouldn't be a problem. American English is more colloquial than British English. If you say so. Okay. So we're going to do terrain mask 2, and then we'll flip it around and we'll do terrain mask 1 back on top of that. Or terrain mask 2, and then RB and GW. Except we won't need the space in other terrain types. And we won't need set flat terrain only because we'll already be doing that there. I don't even think we're going to need these height limits. Okay. You guys study British English. Interesting. let's see what we got here. Oh, yes. All right. How about that, Caesar? How about that? Even you can't say no to that. Yes, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Cesar says, lovely. Could not agree more. I think this muddy shallow might be a little out of place here. I'm going to change that back to mangrove shallow for now. Hi, sir. I also know little about English. Oh, that's all right. English is not Cesar's first language either, or the first language of many of my friends. Only average English level. Yeah, this non-interactable water, it has to be here. I wonder what would happen if I did this non-navigable rock beach masking with it. It would probably make it really dark. Maybe I could do DLC rock though, that would be lighter. You just know general English? Well, you're doing fine. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's really all that you need. That's not too bad. Oh, you know general English history. Ah, I see. Could potentially lighten it up with just DLC rock. Or shall I say URB? I could actually probably even put beach underneath it, you know? Beach is pretty white. It's generated on giant size, so it helps with the visual bugs. My issue is that it's not, it's not blended well. Computers are now invented by Americans. Many of them, yes. I believe the place IBM, I believe the computer was invented like maybe half an hour drive away from where I live. I don't know too much about the history. All right. Green water is really the best thing to mask over this, to combine these little worlds. I think we have to do it. Is this editing a map? No, I'm creating my own map. I started from scratch. White Mike. The University of Pennsylvania invented the computer in 1946. Ah, okay, I did not know that. Yeah, the problem is it's so dark. It's the only thing I don't like about it, but I don't really know what to do about it either. So we'll just leave it. It'll be all right. Too bad there's no Google in China. Yeah, you guys have to go to the library. So, White Mike, you grew up in China, but you are not in China anymore. Is that correct? All right, let's try to beautify the desert now around it. Do Americans hate Chinese? No. I think most Americans would view your government as being oppressive, but I don't think that's very controversial. All right. So down here. Maybe we're gonna take some, well, we'll do DLC Desert Gravel first. I think it's more important. We're gonna mask it on top of Desert. 9%, maybe 10. Number of clumps, 9320. Set scale by groups. Should be fine. In the US, do I get arrested if I enter the country illegally or deported? In theory, if you enter the United States on your own terms and not on the terms of the people living here, in theory, you should be detained and then eventually deported back to wherever you came from. There are legal ways to enter the United States. But in theory, if you break those rules, you are not allowed in. You are detained and then eventually returned to wherever you came from. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm glad to have the company. You keep Cesar on his toes, too. Alright, this is way too much desert gravel. Oh, and we need to mask it. So we're going to do terrain mask 1. And let's decrease the land percentage to like 6. Can I translate to Chinese? No, sorry, I don't speak Chinese. Maybe Cesar can translate to Chinese, though. Do you speak Chinese, Cesar? Cesar is from Chile. Alright, I actually like this a lot. But I think I'm gonna do the dirt patches first. Let's see how that works. And we'll have the general gravel. There is Google Translate. Yeah, but I can't speak Chinese to you. And when I'm streaming, that's how I communicate with my viewers. Alright, so we're gonna try creating some dirt. And we'll create like maybe 20 clumps. Land percent 2. And let's see how this looks. Cesar speaks basic English. Well, and Cesar, I'm sure that you speak Chilean as well. The Chilean version of Spanish, whatever that is. Maybe you guys have a special name for it, maybe not. Okay, so we got some dirt patches. We need them to be a little bit larger, though. So we'll give them like 4%. Yeah, sorry, White Mike. I don't have the ability to translate while I'm streaming. Okay, so I think these dirt patches look good. Are U.S. laws strict? In theory, yes. I would say. There's corruption. It's like any place you go. Some people get punished for doing the same thing as somebody else. Maybe they get punished more, or maybe they get punished less because they have someone who is influential in government. But for 99.9% of Americans, rules are enforced equally and fairly without regard to who you are. And I would say that they are strict, yes. You can't bribe police officers here. You'll just get arrested and charged with an even greater crime. So people care. They take stuff seriously. Most people are pretty smart and competent, and they like notice when other people do the wrong thing. And so for the most part, it's a pretty nice place to live. It's not as wealthy as it once was. We've had some bad circumstances lately. But overall, I would still say I'm glad that I live here. What are the legislative standards for breaking the law in the United States? Oh, you just have lots of questions today. Well, that's just it, right? The laws are written down. I don't know where they're written down, but they're written down somewhere, and you can look them up, and you can know what's against the law and what's not. And sometimes things are complicated, and there's whole teams of lawyers and things like that for complex corporate interests, but in general, I'm going to give this less less masking, I think. In general, it's not that complicated. Don't hurt anybody, and you're fine. Okay, nice. Well, should I put some snow in this, Cesar? What do you think about the idea of having snow? I'm still not fully satisfied with the land situation. It almost seems like maybe we could make these little mini islands a bit bigger. I think I'd like to tweak that. But we have a lot of important terrain layering down. No snow, please. You guys must have snow in Chile, though. But you're right, it wouldn't make sense in this estuary. You've got the Andes Mountains. They're pretty tall, and they probably get pretty cold at the top. But I think these terrains look pretty good. How much does a discrete graphics card cost in the US? RTX 3050, 8 gigabyte. That I could probably Google real quick. Let me search this on Amazon. Okay, so to get that graphics card, it's $400. Yes, they did have snow, says Cesar. Nice. Okay. So let me see if I can increase the size of these islands a bit. Of course, some of them are a little close to the edge. So I'm going to have to move them in slightly to prevent that. But let's try that now. So White Mike, this is the good stuff right here. This is my GNU Octave program. This is what makes Cesar's dreams come true. All right. So we are let's just check. Actually, let's check the 4-player version. Okay, yeah, these look fine. So it's just the 6-player version that we need to work on. So we've got this radius here of 38. And I don't see where we have the radius defined, actually. So we could... Interesting. 50 and 42. Wonder where I came up with that. Must have just been the arbitrary center. So what was I using for my radius down here? 38, I think? Yeah, 38. So r equals 38. Now let's see if we can pull those lands a little bit closer to the center here. So that's the first thing that we're going to try. Make sure we don't screw it up too much. So we're going to change from 38 to 36. And we'll put this down here. And maybe we'll duplicate it, comment it out, and then 38. Actually, I'm going to make it 34, just because we know the number that worked, 38, and I'm going to hit go. Let me step away real quick and refill my water. I'll be right back. White Mike can keep the questions coming. I'm back. So that's all set. Let's see how it turns out. So in theory, these islands on the 6-player, I wish we had generated 6-player, that would have been smart, will be moved closer together. The main islands, the big ones. And I don't know, do they look closer together to you, Cesar? I guess they might be a little closer together. They kind of look closer to me. So now is going to come the tricky part of increasing the size of these islands. That's going to be tricky. Trickier anyway. It has to do with the magnification. So we want to, what's F2 doing? Pretty sure I know what F3 is. All right. So M2 is the water. M1 is that non-navigable rock beach. And what is M3? M3 is the random boundary. So right now they're all at what, 0.4? So increase that to 0.4. Increase that to 0.5. And increase that to 0.5. And we'll just try this. Oops. Alright. We'll just try it very simply to just bump them all up 0.1. And we'll run it again. Oh, I just realized that even though we'll be growing the islands a bit, the spacing to the players will not be increasing, so we'll have to increase that as well. Still thinking about it. Gave it more lands to do. Okay, scrambling commands. And we will have to, yeah, so we'll let that finish and just see if we are part of the way where we need to be. Nice. I think this is a good thing right here. What do you, Cesar, what do you think? Let me know. You must have seen that. Is this larger size better? Is this more along the lines of where you want to be? You can always pull this radius in a little bit. So that I still don't think you can actually walk across that. Yeah, you can't get over there. I don't think. No, I don't. You can't. It's much better, really. Okay, good. You like this better. All right, let's take a look at all the different player configurations then, and then I will start. I'll adjust the players accordingly. You were outside? No worries. Is it a nice day where you are? Probably not, because it's probably the winter where you are if you are in Chile and you live in the southern hemisphere. Late fall, early winter for you. All right, let's look at the other configurations. I was worried this wasn't going to work. We might need to adjust these forests. But yeah, this is much better. Yeah, it's fall, winter for you. Okay, let's check the other configurations and make sure that they work out with the larger size. It's pretty cold and dark. That's true, actually. If you live in the southern part of Chile, then that means that you have very little daylight. Okay, we have fewer neutral islands, which I don't like as much. I'm wondering if we can make an adjustment for that. Thankfully, the scaling of the spacing for these players should be pretty linear. We know what we did. We made it 25% larger. And let's just make sure that stuff is just as unbuildable as it was. It should be. Fortified palisade wall. Yep, you can't wall it off. 10 or 11 hours of daylight at the moment. I think we're up here, we're up to like 15 hours of daylight. I could be wrong about that. The more extreme your latitude is, you know, the more extreme the differences night and day are, according to the seasons. Okay. So you can kind of wall this off, but you can't wall that off at the end. Atacama has 12 to 13 hours. Nice. Okay. Now let's take a look at 4 players. Giant map size. Okay, we got this weird little dirt land in the middle, but that'll be all right. It's not hurting anything there. We'll mask over it. I think it might actually have some of this. Yeah, I think it's got unbuildable water in the middle, but that's fine. All right, and then finally, 2 players. Okay. And we can also change this neutral forest thing. I think we can afford to fit some more neutral forests onto this map. All right, so let's just, let's just check something here. I'm going to give myself an army of cataphracts. And I'm going to try to click them to the outside of the map. And we'll just make sure that they can't get there. Because what could go wrong if you have an army of cataphracts, right? So here's my cataphract army. And I want them to come out here. Marco Polo. So cataphracts, come here. That's your job. Yeah, see, Cesar agrees. If you have an army of cataphracts, you're in good shape. Alright, it doesn't look like they can get out there. Either that or they can, and the unit pathing is just so bad that they can't figure it out. Nice. Okay. Let's come over here and destroy this town center now. Hee hee hee. They only have 9 attack, which is pretty pathetic. But this town center is not an infantry unit. So they don't get any bonus damage against it. Alright, enough of this. So let's pull that radius in just a little bit, I think, for the triplet. Maybe make it 32. And what else were we going to do? Oh, we were going to separate the players a bit more. So that comes down to this, and it looks like the span is 10. Can farms be placed under the TC? Well, let's see. Random map, we're going to generate a giant version of Flautagono. Hey, Smokey, how's it going? We're just working on your new favorite map. So let's test. I've been meaning to play Age of Empires with you for a while, Smokey, and we haven't, but we haven't really had much of an overlap in when we were playing. All right, so here's a farm. Yep, this is going to be your new favorite map, Smokey. Based on how utterly unpredictable it is. Yep, so Cesar, you can put all the farms under the town center that you want. I designed it that way. Okay. Yeah, the whole farm thing isn't the reason why it's going to be your favorite map. It's just a perk. Okay. So, we increased, oops, this is the wrong screen for a change. So we increased these magnifications, the size of the island, from 0.3 to 0.4, and we increased this boundary from 0.4 to 0.5. So I say we're going to increase the span then, the direction on either side, we're going to increase by about 0.4. So we're going to basically decrease, we need to increase that span by 4 total, and so we're going to take it out of both sides. So let us change this to 12 and this to, or this to negative 12 and this to 12. And then let's go with negative 37 to negative 13. And this is 17. No, 13 to 37. There we go. Wrong direction. Well, let's come down here. And this one's easy. This is just minus 12 and plus 12 based on how I set up the code. Hydroponic cultivation. That's right, Cesar. They're actually not rice farms, though, I don't think. They're just underneath the water, which it looks kind of funny. And this one's easy, too. So 12, 12, 12, 12, all 12s. Technically, if I wanted to be clever about it, I'd just make another variable and store it, but that should be fine. All right, let us... Are we missing anything, Cesar? Is there anything else we want to do with these lands before I hit run? I was thinking the neutral lands could use something. So they have a number of tiles 40 to 50. I'm going to bump this up from 50 to 60. Or even from 60 to 70. Let's try 60 to 70. No, let's do 50 to 60. I'm too conservative here. And all right, we'll hit go. I will run to the restroom real quick and refill my water because map scripting is a very dehydrating process. Alright, I'm back. Let's see how we did. Oh, not quite. We needed a little bit more. A little bit more. The islands look good, though. But yeah, we didn't quite get the intersection that we wanted. You think the square looks good in the center? Yeah, it's just the... Sometimes it's pretty hairy trying to get the lands to spawn fairly, like across the map. They tend to avoid corners. So Zetnus gave some code. If you loop it like 100 times or something, it'll basically generate the lands anywhere randomly, like in a truly fair way. But sometimes they bug out and they just default to the center, so that's what that is. Okay, good. So that looks good, but we do need to... Ooh. It's just a terrain mask, I suppose. But that is kind of cute. So we need to push these a little bit further apart. So we will try the next level up. I'm sorry for the delay in doing that, but I decided it would be the right thing to do before getting too much further. That these islands should be a little bit bigger. Okay. These islands are also very good at avoiding other lands, too. Like, we're on giant size, and there really are not that many of them here. And I would like them to be a little bit closer. So I'm going to decrease the avoidance of these islands a bit, too, when we run it again. Alright, so we're going to have another variable here, and we're going to call it, what haven't we used yet? Big S for span. Alright, so right now S is 12, but we're going to make it 14. So we're going to have negative S here, and we're going to have big S on the upper boundary. And so that'll stretch the players out just a little bit more. Smokey says it's odd. Alright. So, this is negative 25, and this is plus 25. Should be an average if you add these two together, right? So, we're going to have negative 25 plus and positive 25 plus. Alright, and this is going to be... Hold on. Yes, so this is going to be negative S and S. Okay. So we are, okay, negative s, negative s, negative s, 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 s. Smokey, you missed it. We had some guy from China. He wanted to make a friend. He wanted to talk to an American. And he also likes Age of Empires. Maybe he's still here. His name was White Mike. He wanted to know what it was like to live in America. So I told him that America may have its challenges, but it's still a nice place to live. Okay, so we got that all saved. And I think we were going to mess with random lands a little bit. Min placement distance. Let's make that like 9. Let's see what happens. I think a couple of people have taken their turns in Axis and Allies. I'm anxious to see what happened. But it can wait. We're working on this right now instead. And we're making good progress too. So let me ask you something, Cesar. What do you think about the trees in this space? So on these mangrove shallows here, what do you think about having mangrove forest on these mangrove shallows? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? I mean, how many mangrove forests are there in an estuary? We could probably look that up. A mangrove forest estuary. Okay, it looks like it's a thing. It looks like maybe you can have situations where a river empties into the ocean and then there are mangrove forests nearby. I always thought that seemed reasonable. Yeah, see, these are mangroves right here. And it even says estuary, hydrosphere web quest. Okay. So it seems like it's reasonable from a biome design perspective. Like it satisfies things that we see in nature already. It's so weird to me that these trees just like, they're just like, yeah, let's just grow like this. Let's just grow with our roots dipped into the water. All right, let's see how we're doing. It's still thinking. So I'll probably put some mangrove forests on here. And then on these little elevated areas, I can put maybe some gold or something. Or some stone. Or some eye candy. I'm not sure. Cesar likes the idea. I mean, it's not really going to affect what you guys are doing because you're just going to be, playing on these own little individual Socontras here. But for the rest of us that are going to play this as a community map in a community game with a nomad start like on the outside, it could be very interesting. All right, it's all set. Let's generate it and see if that's better. Oh, it's thinking. Aha! Yes! I think that's perfect. It's kind of funny that it looks darker on that side. Oh no, not quite. Smokey doesn't know what to think. Ah, not quite. I guess you could kind of make the argument maybe it spilled over a little bit. Some of them are quite good, but this one is just not quite there. You can't really sail in here, right? So it doesn't matter. But this bottom one, come on, get with the program. All right, maybe nudge it out another 0.5. And then we'll call it really, really good. Oh, and it looks like these lands merged into other things, which I'm actually okay with. I think that's fine. Kind of bigger, more mountainous areas. And then we could still make smaller islands for this estuary. Using terrain, and it would be all flat and everything. And I wonder what would happen if we even tried to elevate this this mangrove forest. Whoa, 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 hold on, Smokey. What do you mean it makes water a lot more important? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean if there are resources out here? Are you saying that if there are resources out here that water will suddenly become important? Because if that's what you're saying, I have something to tell you. All right. So we'll nudge it out. Wait a second. Oh, hold on. I didn't change anything, and yet it looks fine now. Yeah, so Smokey, I don't know if I explained this earlier, but the reason that I'm making this map is I'm helping Cesar and his clan out with some competition that they want to do. No, it just means that it's not. No, it just means that it's not built into the lands. Like it means that there's something else random that's going on outside of it that's causing that issue. Ah, Zerg. Zerg is here. Zerg is an expert about community games. That guy knows how to stay alive and not have people team up on him. He knows how. He knows all the secrets. So we might experiment with some of these terrain layerings a bit. But I do think we're going to put mangroves in here, into our estuary. But I want to make sure that we get all the terrains nailed down that we want first. So I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to mess with the lands anymore. It really doesn't matter very much, like if somebody doesn't have this opening. I just like it because I think it looks good. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to adjust these neutral forests, given that we have larger sizes now for these islands. Oh, I remember what I was going to say to Smokey. Sorry, Smokey, I got distracted. It's all Zerg's fault. So I was going to tell you that number one, there's something to know about each of these islands. Number one is you only start on these islands in a standard start. If you select low resources in the lobby, then instead of getting a town center, on these islands somewhere, you will get villagers on the mangrove shallows on the outside. And of course, we're going to put resources out here. We're going to put like, small forests and gold and stone and that sort of thing, right? So it's just kind of like Water Nomad, except you've got these islands, right? So you could theoretically get away from ships with a big elevation bonus if you wanted to. Okay, so that is one possibility, is the low resources start, if you select that. Now, watch carefully. So, Palisade Wall. You can't wall this. It can't be done. So, for what Cesar is going to use this map for, he's going to use this as basically a way of making Socotra tournaments more efficient. He's essentially going to have 4 Socotra games going on at the same time, and everything else that's out here is essentially eye candy. Because you cannot dock this. You can't dock this, and you can't walk out of this. See that? There's a line of inaccessible here. You can't get out. So these Chokunus, if you tried to select out here, they would not be able to path. And we tested that with the Cataphracts, an army of Cataphracts before. So I'm actually thinking, in the case of, yep, and it doesn't have to be 4x. Like if they've got a qualifier and they only have 6 players, I've configured a land generation for 3 islands instead of 4. So that's what we have here. So you can basically get into these islands, but you can't get out. So if you started outside these islands and you built a transport ship and you moved villagers in and you started building town centers on all the different resources in here, and then everything that you had outside got destroyed, you would essentially be stuck in this bottle, if you will. You'd be like a ship in a bottle. So that's kind of, you have to be careful about it. Now, maybe you don't care because it's a wonder victory and you're just going to build a wonder on your little island, right? So they're in like an FFA and Nomad start type situation, there would be bonus resources in here, right? There would be bigger forests, there'd be boar, there'd be ostriches, there'd be all kinds of things. There'd be gold and stone. They would basically be left over from the fact that players are no longer having a Socotra duel in such a configuration. So that's the vision for this map. And the biome is going to be some kind of estuary with mangrove shallows. All right. So, where was I? Where was I? Oh, right. We were going to fix these forests. Where are we? Right here. And we got to fix the elevation too because the landmass is slightly larger now. So let's do the elevation first and then we'll do the forests. So 2, 3, and we're going to increase the number of... we're going to... I think we should double it. It'll be fine. Let's check it out. Now, elevation still is slightly biased toward the bottom corner of the map, unfortunately. this will be okay. Sounds like you guys want me to hurry up and finish this so we can play it tonight. I agree, that would be a lot of fun. I don't know if I can finish it in time, though. I'm sure Cesar would like me to hurry up and finish it so that he can use it for his event. Cesar, when do you need this map by? When are you looking to have your event? I really think you'll be... I think it'll go well. I think you'll be pleased. I drag it out because I have fun doing this kind of thing, and I like to be super careful. Take my time. Can anyone join Cesar's event? That's a question for Cesar. I would think so, but I can't speak for him. There's no date yet. Oh, Cesar. All right, he's ahead of it then. He's just working with a scripter or someone who's a lot more familiar with scripting to make sure that he gets something he wants before he makes promises about what it can and cannot do. Now, the only disadvantage that we've got here is that we have a static arrangement for these islands. In theory, we could actually put these islands pretty much anywhere. We could randomize this too. All it costs is memory. How big is our file? Oh, it's almost 2 megabytes. Yikes. Oh, he made a handbook last night. Okay. Thomas, do I know you by a different name, perhaps? Yeah, so this is purely cosmetic, this water here. It doesn't matter. Okay, so the elevation thing is good. I think it could use a little bit more, though. So let us increase this to 300 and this to like 40. Cesar says, if you speak Spanish, you can join our event for sure. Oh, Tazinator. Nice. Yes, that is a name I do know. What? Cesar says you can only join if you speak Spanish? Oh, okay. Not many of those guys understand English, unfortunately. Fair enough. You need to be able to do your tournament administration and have everybody understand you and have the tournament admins understand people. Yes, I am familiar with a Tazinator. Yep, this will be good. I like this elevation. I think that it is fair. All right, let's boost up the neutral where are we? the neutral forests. So Zerg says he was in Okanagan Valley the last week and he just got home. That sounds like an adventure. Tell us about your adventure. Oh, there's more. He says, I went wine tasting while I was there. Never had mead before, but it was super good. Mead, you say? So let's see if we can increase the size of these clumps. Maybe double it, because we have so much more area to cover. Now, my understanding of mead is that it is an alcoholic beverage that is made from honey. But I know nothing more about it. But I could imagine that it would be quite yummy, because honey in and of itself is absolutely delicious. It's honey wine, says Zerg. Well, there's got to be some sugar in there for the, I don't know, whatever, the bacteria to eat and create the alcohol. But then there's still some sugar left over, so it's sweet when you drink it. I honestly don't know much about it. All right, what do you think about these forests, Cesar? You like them? Do you want to make any adjustments to them? We could potentially increase the number of them. We could change their spacing to the town centers, because they're the same when the town centers were closer together. We could do a couple more generations. It had 4 times the flavor than you were expecting. Zerg, I didn't even know you were old enough to drink, but I'm glad that you were able to enjoy some mead on your vacation. So if we find, Cesar, that, oh, okay, you're definitely old enough then. So Cesar, if we find that there's not enough wood on these islands, we can change the amount of wood that that these palm desert trees contain, so that the players will not run out of wood as quickly in the center. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Maybe a little large forest. Oh, you mean these forests, maybe make them a little bit larger? We can do that. I'm so old I had to get glasses the other day. Ooh. All right, so let's increase these by 50%, the number of tiles. So we'll go 60, and these will go up to 120. And 120 will go up to 180. So this is actually a big percentage. And this will go up to 240. Everything was fuzzy for years and I didn't know. Yeah, that was what happened to me too. I'm actually older than Zerg though. I will be 32 in January. All right, is that a little bit, is that closer to what you're looking for? Cesar, the forests are a bit bigger now. Looks better. Good. Let's check other numbers of players. So let's try 8 players here. Yeah, this is going to be better for tower rushes too. Like if you get tower rush, you simply have more space now. Of course, the neutral forests are really not favoring cyan at all. Look at that. But then again, like, blue has all of his forests forward. Okay. All right. I think this is going to be good, though. Am I placing forest using land gen or terrain gen? Let me tell you what, Tazinator, that was a huge pain in the rear. Jaws00, the Czech scripter was here. He was helping me earlier. And it's with terrains. So the land generation is creating these hexagons. And it's creating these random elevated islands. And the terrain generation is creating the player forests. So everybody's got 3 in this case. And then there are some neutral forests, obviously. But each of the players, basically what I'm doing is, it's a complicated process where I fill in the terrain that's like a certain distance away from the player town centers with something that I'm not putting the forests on. And then one at a time, I'm replacing the terrain around the town center with like dirt 4. And then immediately after that, I'm putting exactly 4 clumps of forest on dirt 4. And then I replace the remaining dirt 4 with desert, and I do it again. And I do it 8 times until each of the players has 3 or 4 forests. And I've got a random selector to determine whether or not they get 3 or 4. Except this guy, whose 2 of his forests were merged together. But that can happen. I like the idea of maps with dead spots in them that no units can go. They could be decorative while changing the shape of the map. I agree. It gives the caster something to talk about. I mean, if he can't keep up with, or if there's nothing interesting in essentially 4 Socotra matches going on, he can always talk about what's going on in the neutral spaces of the map. Because if this is played in standard settings with no nomad start, and these town centers where they are, then no one will be able to go out here. Okay, so let me do one more thing, actually. And I would like to mess with the base terrain a little bit. I don't know how successful I'll be. Neighbors just having a drag race. Okay. Expanding base terrain into non-interactable water. What happens if I change my base terrain to, let's say, dirt 2? Or something like that. Maybe dirt 3. Just a little experiment. Dirt 3. So of course this will all be different. And this might actually help folks understand how this map works. So we got the dirt 3 here, and we can actually maybe elevate the dirt 3 now. We can add some elevations to this dirt 3. Some variety. Could even make it like DLC Desert Gravel. I actually like the idea of DLC Desert Gravel a little bit better. Alright. Not this. DLC Desert Gravel. It'll look the same on the mini-map. I'm using DLC Desert Gravel somewhere else is the thing. Maybe there's a better terrain that I can use that would still be appropriate to the biome, but would not have, this is the wrong thing, would not have the same risk of overlap. Oh, quicksand. There's DLC Cracked, that could be fun. I could simply do beach non-navigable. It's basically what I have. So let's do that. It'll be all sandy and cute. So, beach non-navigable. And we're going to define it up here. And what was it, 79? Yes. Okay. And we could elevate it, but we're not going to do that just yet. And we can actually create like beach non-navigable. And we'll expand that kind of into this. Masking water over mangrove shallow. I don't think we need to do any of that. So we can actually, we'll just leave that for now. It's not going to do anything in case we decide to abandon this idea. So this is non-navigable beach. And let me just change the size here. And the whole thing about this this non-interactable water here that we're surrounding these hexagons by, its whole deal is that it does not form a beach terrain when it's adjacent to real land. So automatically, when you try to put a real land, like a land that ships can't navigate, next to a land that ships can navigate, the game will force a beach connection between the two of them. But that is not the case here. So as you can see, it's not going to be possible to dock this, even though it looks like beach terrain, because I picked a terrain that looked exactly like beach, but is actually a land terrain. So like if I come here and I try to build a dock, I can't. So now we could actually mess with this a little bit more and give this kind of its own elevations, if you will, and a little bit more variety here. We have some elevation here, and I don't regret doing these lands this way, but ultimately on top of this beach terrain, I'm just going to replace it with more water. But I want this beach here because I feel like it can get the effects that I'm looking for, namely that I can, number one, that I can elevate it and it's not going to look weird. So let's go up to elevation, and we're going to do something similar to this and this. I guess we'll create this, copy it, and we'll create elevation 1, and we're going to have like 40 clumps of 3,000, and it's going to be on non-navigable beach. Players can dock in the small harbor by their TCs. Wrong. It's all an illusion. They cannot dock this. This is actually non-navigable rock beach with green water masked over it. So you can't get out. You can get in. We had that built in place where you could like build the dock out here, and then you could sail in and offload on a transport ship. Hey, Jaws00 is back. But you cannot build a dock and get off this island. So if everything that you own starts on an island like this, your entire experience on this map will be confined to this island. However, if you choose the low resources configuration that gives players a nomad start on the outside, then you have the choice of eventually building a transport ship and sending villagers in here to fight over this. But if you do that, and let's say that you win your island, but then you get killed everywhere else, you'll be stuck on your island. No ships, let's go, says Smokey. Smokey doesn't like water maps. Well, I don't want ships to be overpowered here, so that's why there's more land. I still want ships to be able to get places and be a part of this, because it's an estuary, and you're supposed to be able to sail everywhere. But we don't want ships just killing everything. But yes, no docks so far. So let's see how that works. Jaws00 says, I like water maps. I do too. Just adds one more element of complexity. Ship strong. That's right. Alright, where is the elevation that we ordered? Where is it? Number of clumps. Alright, let's make it 30,000 instead of 3,000. Zerg says ships strong, and Smokey says ships are meh. So here's the whole thing about ships in Age of Empires. They're okay. They were okay for the game when it was developed in the late 90s, early 2000s. They've got kind of a little rock, paper, scissors thing going on. Or at least that's how they have it now. In the past, it was just fire ships beat everything. But now it's a little rock, paper, scissors. I don't have to deal with feudal archers in my base on islands. It's so annoying. Yeah. But imagine this, you guys. You guys need to go to the forums, and you need to bitch about it. You need to raise hell. Do this for me. Do this as a favor. Tell them that ships should be completely overhauled in Age of Empires. Get rid of all ships except transport ships. And then the transport ship adopts the characteristics of whatever is garrisoned inside of it. So if you put a bombard cannon in a transport ship, it becomes a cannon galleon. If you put archers inside of it, it becomes a regular galleon. If you put cavalry inside of it, then it becomes a transport ship. If you put infantry inside of it, then it becomes a boarding ship. Wouldn't that be awesome, you guys? And they've got like the ability to transform units at this point, like that. What is it? Those Rathas or whatever that can be either archers or melee units. Wouldn't that be fun? That would add so much variety to water right now, other than just the rock, paper, scissors. You put a scorpion in it, it becomes a war galley. Jaws00 doesn't like the idea. Everybody else loves it though. Alright. So what do we got here for our base terrain? Wait, don't tell me. Oh, we didn't even define it. We must have defined it. Oh, it's BNN. Well, that would explain why it's not appearing. Beach, non-navigable. They would have to have more HP, though, I think. Maybe, I don't know. Look, I'm not a dev. I don't get to make those sorts of decisions and those balance changes, but I think you could make it work, and I think it would be awesome. I'm just the guy that says, you know what, this would be a great idea. How about somebody else solves the problem? Okay, good. So we've got elevation now. We're elevating some of this beach terrain, and it gets elevated in the top and bottom corners. That's nice. Sounds a little off balance though. Or ranged units are only something, I don't know. Yeah, guys, I don't know, but these are just some ideas that I had. I had this idea one day. I was like, you know what? Why don't they actually do what they actually did in the Middle Ages and have the guys get on the ships and then fight each other? Seems like right now they're so flexible. All right, so now that we're targeting the right thing, we can reduce this number of tiles to maybe like 3,000 and see how it looks, and we'll add in other types of elevation too. Uh, 3,000 seems like it's still a little much. I think I am going to convert all of the dirt, though, that's at elevation 1 into this beach terrain. I think that could be a lot of fun. And then I'll change it so we'll have this little channel here. How would boarding ships even work? I don't know. I don't know. I could buy it if terrain transforming was in the game. There was supposed to be boarding ship in early versions, like the Water Monk. Oh, yes, and he's still a hero unit. You can actually put him in scripts. You can see him in action. You know what the game also needs is it also needs like an auto transport mode where you basically park your transport somewhere and you tell it to patrol somewhere else, except any units of yours that are loitering on one side where it's originally stationed, it will pick up. So let's say if you got your transport ship at point A, right, like right here, and you want to continuously move units across, you basically tell your transport ship to like patrol land or something like that. And any unit, you know, maybe you're building set a gather point here, any unit that is within, let's say, 5 tiles or something of where the transport ship originally started in its patrol will automatically get into that transport and get moved over to the other side, and then the transport will move back. I think that would be very useful. Okay, so let's try maybe 1,000. Thomas says, your patrol land transport is pretty nuanced. I like it. I'm glad you guys like the idea. So we should be able to increase the number of clumps on this. Yeah, let's give it like 200. I wish that the elevation extended to like in the middle of this channel, but I don't know if I can get it to do that. It seems that it has some kind of built-in avoidance to player lands already. But I've got these random dirt lands in here, and I've got these, well, this base terrain, which I'm pulling up. What are we trying to do? We're trying to make a little bit more character for the outside. Instead of just having a few small islands. Maybe I'll dial back the number of tiles here. Number of tiles, maybe 800. Yeah, we're going to do mangrove eventually. So Tazinator, do you want to try this with us? Let me know what your thoughts are. So players, nomad villagers on outside or nothing. So if you select low resources in the lobby, the players will start with nomad villagers on the outside. And there will be mangrove forests and gold mines and stones and all that good stuff. But there'll also be there'll still be resources on these Socotra Islands. It's just people won't be starting on them with town centers. So you could sail in. Okay. So I think that's going to be still too much. I'm just going to blame you guys for my slow work rate. I like having you guys around, though. Distracting me, though. Gameplay sounds fun. Alright, if we don't get to play this tonight, we'll see if we can play like on Tuesday. I'm still working on it. Alright, this is looking better. Alright, yeah, I think that's where it needs to be. So then we'll give it a couple of elevation 2s, and I think we'll call it a day for elevation. And we'll cut that into a quarter, 50 and 100. Yeah, there's one. Okay, good. So I don't know, but for whatever reason, it seems to be... Alright, whatever. Alright, so it's avoiding this non-interactable water. Maybe it's just because this non-interactable water is treated like a player land and it can't be elevated. Could add a smaller extra elevation on some of the large flat spots. Yep. I think hopefully I was able to achieve that in most places. So now let's turn this, any dirt that's left over on elevation 1, we are going to, or elevation 0, we're going to turn into this beach terrain. So that, I know it looks maybe like it was kind of a waste of time to put the dirt islands in retrospect, but I do still think they're adding stuff because this will give me a little bit of an ability to give some variety to specific locations because elevation is so unbalanced and so unfair. It's a very poor method of controlling things. Yeah, there's a little bit of a chat delay, but I can't have all you guys in chat talking to me at the same time. As much as I would enjoy it, I would never get anything done. What's that expression? Maybe you guys have this expression in Chile, Cesar. Do you have an expression for too many cooks in the kitchen spoils the soup? Like they all put their, they all mix their idea of what the soup needs into it and they can't agree on anything and then the soup tastes terrible? Maybe you have a similar expression. Okay. Let's go back to terrains. Expanding base terrain into non-interactive water. So this is good. And let's do more with this. So we're going to create terrain B and N from dirt. And we're going to want it everywhere. And we're going to set height limits 0, 0, though. Too many hands killed the baby? That's terrible. That's so sad. The baby getting killed? Here I was like, okay, bad soup. And you guys are talking about killing babies. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. In the Czech Republic, what do they say, Ja 00? Okay, nice. So we replaced the bottom of some of these mounds with dirt. Except we haven't done it everywhere. So maybe we repeat that. 2 cooks, 1 guest, no one had enough. That one's too... I don't understand that one. It rhymes in your Czech language. Okay. So now let's put down mangrove shallows, I think. Now is the time for the mangrove shallows. And hopefully this, what we did with this beach and this elevation and everything, this gives it a little bit more character. So let's give this a try. So, create terrain, DLC mangrove shallow. Base terrain is going to be BNN, land percent 100. All right, all that other stuff looks good. Let's actually, yeah, let's just generate it. No. It goes up part of the way up the hills. That's no good. Can't have that. All right, well, I have an idea. Height limits 0, 0. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Expanding the base terrain into the non-interactable water. Yeah, this is no good. DLC mangrove shallow. Base terrain BNN. Spacing other terrain types of 1. That's not going to work because unless... I know. DLC mangrove shallow we'll put up here. And then through spacing other terrain types of 1 down here, and then it should work. Is mangrove replacing all of BNN? No, just the stuff that's in the height limits of 0, 0, and we will set flat terrain only. Let's give this a try. All right, that looks better. There's still instances of yeah. Still instances of the wrong terrain outside of here. We should still have a forbidden area. You can't walk. Yeah. So that's still right. Can he walk that? I don't know. I can't tell. I think he might be able to do that. Give it a spacing of 2. To make sure that the mangrove shallows stay further away. Seems like it could be fair. And then just maybe more of these commands. So we'll keep this seed, for example, generate again, and we should be able to get more stuff. Not generate. Okay, and we could mask probably green water maybe over this, sections of this. Let's see. It's going to be kind of complicated. We should be able to dock stuff out here, though. Yep. And what about units? Dragon ship cannot sail up. He could sail across. So the beaches are right. He doesn't have like an elevated beach. It's kind of what I was worried about them having. All right, and it looks like this is just too close together for somebody to sail through. So it's a little nook there, a little sandbar. That's okay. Maybe it just can't replace this terrain here. I'm not sure. Maybe less elevation is in order, you know, now that I'm looking at this. So the ship can sail all the way through here. But can a person walk? Could somebody walk? Looks like the Cavalier could come Can he not? Yeah. He can't really get over there, can he? Oh, that's no good. Oh, darn. Maybe I do have to leave the base terrain as this mangrove shallow then. If all these sections are just getting isolated. Seems like I have... Oh. You know what it is this mangrove shallow is avoiding this terrain because this is a different terrain type. But if we put the beach down, which I think is kind of what we had originally, and then we'll go from there. What? Come on. So we have BNN. There we go. Yeah, I like that better. That's what we need. And then we can maybe reduce that spacing back to 1. I think that was fine. But this could also be the right thing to leave it at. So I guess we'll just leave it there for now. Alright, I don't know how much we get, but I guess we get a little bit more variety here. We get some cute little coves. So we can work on that too. We can treat these dirt outcroppings a little bit differently, or we could just use terrains to make them all the same. Looks like we need a few more instances of terrain masking though. Okay, try that. Yeah, it looks better. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think this is too islandy? Do you think this is just right? This is actually a really good generation of it. So we could put the forests down here in these mangrove shallows. And then we could do something else. Maybe like put the minerals on these hills. Looks like we could still use a few green water commands. Okay, better. We'll have a couple more of these. Where is it? That we mask over the non-interactable water. We'll mask some green water over that. So we should be able to make this go away. Yes. Well, not go away, but be masked properly, which we do. Okay. So let's just do a quick dock test. Yep. Can dock it normally. You can't dock this deep water here because it's just a patch of non-interactable water. Apparently you can build a dock here too. Which is not ideal, but oh well. I'll think about that. I don't think I'm going to fix that now. Let's put down some mangrove forests now. How big is the script file at this point? It's about 1,800 kilobytes. Okay. Create terrain. DLC mangrove forest, maybe? Let's check. Yep, mangrove forest. Placed on DLC mangrove shallow. And we're going to place on, yes, DLC mangrove shallow. Land percent 2. And number of clumps like 40. I don't know. Well, let's say 80. And it's not going to be a terrain mask. Set scale by groups. Can ships sail on DW? Can the ships sail on the dark water, you mean? Yes. So a ship, as an example, a dragon ship could sail on this. It can't sail in here. That's too shallow. But it can sail, you know, anywhere. Anywhere that's not land. So ships cannot sail in here. So let's see how this works. All right. So that is way too many clumps. Exactly. Exactly, Cesar. You guys understand. You can transport in, but you can't leave. So think very carefully. But that's just an alternate arrangement, and you have to intentionally select low resources on the map to make that happen. All right, so let's give land percent of 10 and number of clumps of like 40. And we'll also do spacing other terrain types of like 2. Or maybe 4. 4 would be more appropriate. You can transport vills, that's right. All right, 10% is way too much. I want players to be able to build a town center here if they wish. So let's see if that is good or if that's too much. All right, no, that is good. It's not perfect because you can't build, you can't build farms really around it at all, but it'll work. And remember that it's not going to be this big line. So we're going to dial back the number of clumps here. Or the land percentage, I should say. And we're going to dial that back to 4. Let's see how we do. Still too much. All right. Land percent 2. We'll cut it in half. All right, here we go. What do you think? That still might be a little bit heavy, maybe? Let's go land percent 1. And number of clumps will reduce to 20. Yeah, that could be good. That could be good. We'll put more Palm Desert on here. Maybe we'll put the Palm Desert on the NNB, or the BNN, I should say. Height limits of, let's say, 3 to 3 maybe, or 2 to 3. So between heights 2 and 3 it can place them. Yep. And we could do cosmetic stuff too. We could create terrain, desert on BNN between 1 and 2. And we could do like land percent 4, number of groups 9320. And we should get lots of desert appearing. Which we do. It's now desert terrain. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I've been streaming for a little over 5 hours now. So I think I'm going to take a break. I think this has been a good stream. I think we've gotten a lot done. We've gotten the basic structure of the map completed. We've gotten the ideal distance here that we want between the players. We've got the right arena size. We got the player assigned forests right, which was a pain, using some terrain tricks. We got more island options here. We've got different terrains available at different elevations, so we have a lot of flexibility to do things. We got the terrain masking for this water figured out, basically. And it, for the most part, looks pretty good. So I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to think about what we want to do for the rest of these terrains here to pretty this up. And so I'll probably finish the terrains up either tonight or tomorrow. And then it'll look good. And then hopefully for a stream on Tuesday, I don't know how much I'll be able to stream tomorrow because tomorrow's Monday. But for a stream on Tuesday, we will go in with the object generation and we'll load this up with lots of objects and it'll be really, really nice. So I'll work on finishing up the terrains and making sure that those are all in a good place for the next time that I present, which should be on Tuesday. And hopefully, after I'm done, we can actually play on it on Tuesday and test it out. So I'm sorry that this takes a while. We try to, on this stream, we try to make different stuff. We make things that people generally can't make. And I don't say that with any measure of exaggeration. Like all this, it's not perfect, you know, and it has its limitations. But all of this programming and all this function library that I've got, all this GNU-Octave stuff and computer programs writing the script, it matters. And it adds up and it makes a difference. And I'm very proud to do that. So I just need more opportunities to show off what I can do. And so that's why I really appreciate all you guys coming in here and your support. Cesar, thanks for being here during the stream. I hope that we'll continue to be friends and that you'll hang around even after I've delivered this map to you in your group. And I hope that you will consider me for future scripts. I don't know how many more scripts I can make in the near term, because I'm going to be doing something with like defining scripts and making sure that we really call out what's needed and what's acceptable. Because I would like to be able to do this for competitive Age of Empires. Like I'd like to be able to submit maps for, like, could you imagine submitting this map for the RMS Cup 2 contest? They say that each winning map gets $400. But you know, they won't tell me where the line is. They won't tell me what's acceptable and what's not acceptable when I ask. I could understand like not defining certain things, but if you can't answer a basic question like at what point are the judges going to start taking points off unless you have a clear explanation for a slow nomad start, let's say. Like they can't answer that question. Like tell me, do you want this to start in less than 30 seconds? Do you want town centers to start going up in less than 60 seconds? So until we can get all that stuff defined, I can't really feel comfortable necessarily working on scripts for high-level competitions, even if that is the best way to get my work recognized. But all of you guys being here is it makes it worth it. So thanks for coming out, supporting, giving me your ideas, letting me know what you think, and being willing to play it and test it out, because that means a lot to me. And in the short term, that's really the only crew that's ever going to look at my work. So thank you guys. So I will wrap up the terrains with this tonight, tonight, and during the day tomorrow. I'm not going to have a good chunk of time to stream tomorrow, but when I come back on Tuesday, hopefully we'll have the chance to test this out after we've put the objects in, because the objects are very important. Those are obviously like the ostriches, the gold, the fish, all that. All right, so thanks everybody. I am gonna try to stream some Age of Empires tonight. It'll probably be in 30 to 60 minutes, and we'll actually play some Age of Empires for anybody who's interested. So with that, I'm going to wrap up my scripting stream here. I think this is a good place to leave it, and I will pick up with this on Tuesday.